θέλετε να βάλετε. Ναι, όχι μπροστά εδώ, δεν θυμόμαστε. Βάλτε το πιο εδώ, να καλυφθούν αυτά. Όχι, έτσι. Είμαστε καλά.
Ok guys, per favore. Soundcheck, please.
Soundcheck είναι right after. Πάμε.
Αρχίστε πάνω.
Να σου βάλω το κλικ. Ναι, το θες. Καλό είναι.
Έλα.
Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα, τέσσερα, ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα, πέντε. Ένα, δύο, τρία. Κάτι ακούγεται. Στα σκηνή κινούμενο, ναι. Ωραία. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα, πέντε, ένα, δύο, τρία. Πέντε, οκ.
Εγώ δύο. Ναι, ένα, δύο, ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο, τσεκ. Ένα, δύο. Εντάξει, δεν είναι. Εκεί.
But we need some time.
Ένα, δύο, ένα, δύο, τσεκ. Ένα, δύο.
Ναι. Okay.
One, two. Ναι. Okay.
Καλησπέρα σας. Για όσους μιλάνε ελληνικά και χρειάζονται μετάφραση, παρακαλώ ελάτε να πάρετε αυτό το μηχάνημα από εδώ. Όσους θέλουν μετάφραση από αγγλικά. Με ακούτε? Όσοι θα γίνει στα αγγλικά, θα γίνει στα αγγλικά. Όσοι θέλετε να έχετε μετάφραση από τα αγγλικά στα ελληνικά, μπορείτε να προμηθευτείτε αυτά τα ακουστικά. Από τα αγγλικά στα ελληνικά, γιατί θα γίνει στα αγγλικά η παράσταση.
hear myself. Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Irene, and I've been in the help desk making sure this is somehow coordinated. I have an important announcement, and that is, if any of you have not gotten through the table to get your per diems or to register your bank account, you will do it in the breakout. Okay? Can someone translate this in Greek?
Yes. Okay. Λοιπόν, για αυτούς που μιλάνε ελληνικά θα πρέπει να πάτε στο γραφείο της υποδοχής για να κάνετε την εγγραφή σας. Παρακαλώ όσοι δεν το έχουν κάνει να πάνε τώρα. Και να πάρουν τα λεφτά.
Για τους Έλληνες είχαμε πει ότι δεν χρειάζεται κάτι παραπάνω αν τα έχετε γράψει τα έχετε στείλει ηλεκτρονικά. Όμως χρειάζεται. Περάστε γιατί πρέπει να βάλετε και μια υπογραφή. Okay? Άρα μετά στο διάλειμμα θα πάτε στο γραφείο από εκεί να βεβαιωθείτε ότι υπάρχει το όνομά σας και η υπογραφή για το per diem, εντάξει, για την πληρωμή. Αυτό.
Πρέπει να πάτε... Άλλαξε.
Όχι.
Hello everyone.
Παιδιά, αρχίζουμε.
Hi. My name is Amy. I hope all of you had an absolutely wonderful lunch. We had a really cool session in the morning. We all worked on the crises you experienced, how they made you feel, how to become empowered in it. And then we also worked on how to address those. If we look at the crises that we collectively experienced, what do we need to keep? What went well? We looked at what needs to be changed. What do we need to avoid doing? And what new things do we need to do? So what needs to be invented as new tactics and mechanisms to address these crises that we're experiencing? And then we had a wonderful lunch, so I hope you're all great. And then, after the lunch, now we're going to look at the future. So we've experienced crises, but in the future, there are going to be more crises. And now we're going to step into the future. We're going to look forward. We're going to travel in time. And we're going to do that in a couple of ways. First, we have a beautiful, wonderful, amazing theater troupe that is going to, through dialogue and conversation, help us look at visions of the future. And we're going to have that dialogue, and we're going to also use headlines. What do we think is going to happen in the future? After that, we're going to have a little coffee break, And we're going to use all of those ideas about the future to step into the future, to time travel, to take us 5 years into the future, into 2029. And in 2029, there is a horrible crisis. There are thousands of things happening at once, and everything's going wrong. And you are going to play a game, and you're going to fix everything. And you're going to collectively talk about it while being different stakeholders. It's going to be a simulation game, a role-play game, where you're going to try to address how to make decisions in a crisis. And that's you guys going to be doing. For that, you're going to have a moment to prepare in the same groups that you were in the morning. So after the coffee break, please go back to the room that you were in this morning, and there you'll get help with preparing for the simulation game. Then we're going to do the game itself, and after the game, we're going to come back and look at these lessons that we learned. We're going to look at how did we make decisions as these stakeholders who need to address a crisis. And we're going to see from these lessons that we learned in the futures as time travelers, what we do now. What do we recommend people to change? What do we need to do in these next couple of years to not be caught up, but to be resilient and to be ready to deal with a crisis when it comes into the future, and what needs to change? However, first, you're going to be able to listen and interact with a beautiful theater, and I'm going to pass it on to my colleague Charles.
Hi everyone. So it's a great pleasure for us to actually embed art within this assembly. It's definitely something that we want to experiment and develop further. And for that, we're lucky enough to welcome the Palmos Theatre Troupe, which are going to do playback theatre. They actually brought the methods of playback theatre to Greece in 2004, and they are the one that have created the Greek School of Playback Theatre. So have a good session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Dear members of the Assembly, good afternoon. I'm Dimitris. So I welcome you to this playback theater improvisation performance. And just wanted to tell you that I'm watching those two buildings here in Greece. So the new and the old. And we are here to think about what new we can bring to our democracy. I remember René Descartes. So he was saying, I think, therefore I am. And our playback theater performance consists on sharing our story. So I share my personal story, therefore I am. And we are here to listen to your personal stories concerning what you've already done to the workshops, or maybe the visions you have for the future. So let me ask you first, or maybe first I will, we have of course Orestes, who will, our musician, who will improvise in the music. And I will leave our actors and actresses to introduce themselves so you can get to know them.
I'm Christos. When I turn on the news, I feel like I'm a part of a virtual reality show. So I try to be informed through the internet. But there's a lot of fake news over there. So in 2024, I try really hard to discover the truth between the lines.
Where is the truth? Where is the truth?
I'm Catherine. I've lived in Europe and I've grown up here as a dual citizen. And growing up, Europe for me was a political entity that was secure and constant. I'm sure you understand why I don't feel that way anymore.
My name is Stelios. For so many years now we hear about the dangers of climate change. And it's kind of strange how shocked we feel now that we see the results in our everyday life. This summer I was thinking about it almost every day because the temperature was unnaturally high. It was really, really hot.
I am Margarita. I strongly believe that art can be and should be, I think, a very powerful statement, political statement. And as an actress through the years, I've always tried to be part of performances that serve that cause. And I hope that I have contributed something in society.
So let's give a warm applause. So I've been informed that you participated to many workshops, and there are so many stories, and there is empathy. And I wanted just to ask you, what kind of story hit you, give you a big impression while you were on those workshops? I'm coming to you. And I will move. So, your name, please.
My name is Diana, and I'm moved by the occurrence of Russian war in Ukraine and tragedy of it.
So, how was it for you to listen to this story?
I live in Latvia, which is very close to Ukraine, and every hour in the news we have a broadcast about what's going on there. So it's actually very traumatic to experience that. And we are just experiencing it by hearing and seeing on the news, but just imagine what happens in Ukraine with their people, flooding out with a 2 years long war going for them to defend their nation and their territory.
Diane, what is the thing for you?
I'm traumatized by that, and the feeling is anxiousness and instability, and the feeling of threat from Russia.
Thank you very much. And let's watch something as a
Group Scout.
Will we be next? Will we be next? Will we be next? Will we be next?
It's every hour. It's every hour.
Will we be next?
It's every hour.
Will we be
Every
next?
hour. It's every hour.
It's a drama for me.
It's every hour.
It's a drama for me.
It's every hour.
Will we be next?
It's every hour.
For me.
What's left than to pray for them?
Every hour.
I'm wondering what's left than to pray for
Will we
them.
be next?
It's every hour.
I'm wondering. Pray for them.
Will we be next?
It's every hour.
It's a drama for me.
Than to pray for them. Thank you, Damiano.
So, listening to Diane, do you have another story that you recall during the workshop? Yes, I'm coming. Your name, please.
My name is Angelica, and the story that moved me the most was of this guy over there, Vasilis, who is Albanian. He came in Greece 19 years old. In 1990, I think, yes, from Albania, with nothing, just the clothes he was wearing. And he worked, and he studied, and he went to Greek school to learn Greek, how to speak Greek, and he became a driver, and he became a very, very decent, successful man. I think that is the biggest accomplishment anyone can have in his life.
What is the meaning for you, Angelica? What is the feeling and the meaning from this story, Vasilis' story?
The feeling is, if a man has motivation and is not shy to work hard, he can make anything happen. That's my interpretation of this.
Thank you so much. And let's watch As Corridors, Angelica's story.
He came when he was 19. 19! He came when he was 19. 19.
Vasilis' story.
19.
Angelica's story. My story. Your story.
No clothes, no language, no
How
hope.
hard can a man work?
Hope,
How
no
hard?
language,
What can we
But the
accomplish?
great
no
will
clothes.
How
learn,
hard can a man work?
to study,
Vasilis' story.
to speak Greek,
Restart
Angelica's story.
alive.
a great will
My story. Your
Revolt.
story.
How can you
How
possibly
hard
do
can a man
that?
work?
learn,
He came when he was 19.
Restart your life.
We
a better
can.
person.
How can you do that?
19.
We can.
Restarting.
He became a driver.
We can do
Hope.
everything we dream.
Language,
If you have the
Clothes.
courage
As
to do
long
that,
as we keep trying.
everything can happen.
Keep trying.
Everything can
Vasilis'
happen.
life, I'm restarting
But
my life.
Angelica's story.
Vasilis' story.
That's
Keep
yours.
trying.
It's mine also.
Everything can happen.
This is your story, but it's also Vasilis' story. We are talking about democracy. We have refugees here. We have people from all over the world, and we're saying that we are in Greece, in the birthplace of democracy. So let's explore what it means to feel this democracy. Vasily, would you like to come with me to share your story? So you will speak with me. You will speak in Greek? Yes. Huh? In Greek or Greek? So I will speak in English, and he will speak in Greek. It will be a bit strange, but we have the translators. And so, tell us about you. So, 19 years old, and you came to Greece. What was this life adventure?
Ξεκινώντας το 1990 με ελπίδα για το μέλλον, ήθελα για να φτιάξω τη ζωή για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον στην Ελλάδα.
Who will play? Ποιος θα παίξει εσένα? Who will play you in this story from our actresses and actors?
Ο Χρήστος. Χωρίς να σκεφτώ το φόβο, χωρίς να σκεφτώ τίποτα. Έχοντας μέσα στο μυαλό μόνο μία, ελπίδα και καλύτερο μέλλον. Έρχοντας και ζούμε μέσα στη φτώχεια και στην δικτατορία του Χότζα, το 1940 μέχρι 1990. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω την Ελλάδα για τη φιλοξενία της στα 30 χρόνια που ζω και εργάζομαι στην Ελλάδα. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους τους Έλληνες για τη φιλοξενία τους.
During all those years in Greece, 30 years in Greece, you faced some difficulties from some people or some structures. Can you tell us about it?
Η δική μου ιστορία είναι μια προσωπική ιστορία. Αλλά σαν εμένα μπορεί να υπάρχουν χιλιάδες εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Αλλά ήθελα πραγματικά άλλη μια φορά ότι ο άνθρωπος όταν υπάρχει κίνητρο και όταν υπάρχει θέληση όλα τα καταφέρνει. Γιατί μέσα υπάρχει μια ψυχική δύναμη που λέει θα νικήσω. Θα νικήσω και θα καταφέρω. Ευχαριστώ όλους.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Βασίλη. Let's watch Vasily's stories as a full playback story with Christos playing Vasilis, and the other actresses and actors will improvise.
This is my suitcase. It hasn't even a name on it written. This is my suitcase. Until I arrived here, empty, perhaps useless. I've left it all behind. My family, relatives, friends, for a brand new life. Starting a brand new life. I'm Vasilis. That is my name.
Welcome to Greece, Vasilis.
Beautiful land. Beautiful smiles. Beautiful people. Philoxenia is the word. Is that right?
Welcome to Greece, Vasilis.
That's the first word I learned. Philoxenia.
But you know, you must keep going. See you in the future.
Thank you for the hope. I'll do my best. And sometime, my story will be shared in front of a crowd.
It's my story too, you know.
I'm Vasilis, and all I have is me. So simple, like the life.
Vasilis, welcome to Greece.
It belongs to you now, but I think it's full.
Full of memories, full of power. I'll just leave it over here. Perhaps another one wants some help, some empowerment. Thank you.
Βασίλη, how was it for you? Πώς ήταν για σένα?
Πραγματικά συγκινήθηκα τόσο πολύ που ακούσα τη δική μου ιστορία, η δική μου ανάμεση σε τόσο κόσμο. Η δική μου ιστορία είναι ξεχωριστή, μπορεί να είναι και μοναδική. Αλλά το μοιράσα μαζί σου για όλους, για ένα μάθημα ότι τι ζουν οι μετανάστες σήμερα όταν μεταναστεύουν από μία χώρα στην άλλη.
Do you have a message to give to those refugees, to those people who are changing their countries and moving around?
Το δικό μου μήνυμα είναι ότι η ελπίδα δεν σβήνει ποτέ. Η σκέψη δεν σταματάει ποτέ. Ο άνθρωπος έχει πολλές δυνατότητες και όταν θέλει καταφέρνει πολλά.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Βασίλη, για την ιστορία. Thank you so much for your story, Βασίλη. So, a suitcase full of memories, full of things. And I'm wondering if you have another story to bring here to this assembly. Yes, I'm coming. What is your name?
My name is Solo. Yeah, Solo. Solo. Like I'm Solo. Okay. I participate in workshop, but it touched my heart. But I cannot forget that workshop. It was about migrant workers. The migrant workers were working without paying.
Without paying?
Yes, without paying. And without salary. And then one day one of them get injured. It was in workshop. It was in workshop. I participated in that workshop, and it was a story telling. And they got him to go to the hospital, and they did the first cure, and after that, they bring him home, and he was abandoned by his employer, and we will take care about him. It was very touching, and till that day I cannot forget.
Thank you, Sulu, for your story. And in fact, it's what you heard from the workshop from another member of the assembly sharing the story. So it's a story about a person, a guy who was injured in his work, and then they managed to go with him in the hospital, but he felt completely abandoned from the employer. So the employer did nothing about him. And that's what...
Undocumented.
Because he was?
Undocumented.
Because he was undocumented. Thank you very much for what you brought here. And let's watch as incidents something of Sulu's story.
So if you're undocumented, you work for free. If you're undocumented, you don't get paid. What? Does that actually, what?
So, if you're undocumented, hurt? Can you get hurt when you're undocumented? Can you? Can you get hurt without papers?
Who's next? Next, please. Who are you?
I'm sorry? No documents? No health aid?
But I'm sorry.
Sorry? Sorry? Sorry. I just saw this man. Sorry.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm hurt.
Sorry.
Can you?
But
sorry. Just help.
He's undocumented.
But
he's
injured.
He's not useful anymore.
Who are you?
But I'm hurt.
Who are you?
He's a friend.
I'm a
He's
human
being. I'm a human being.
Are you? You don't have a name? What is your name?
Thank you, Solo and not Sulu, for your story. And so I've heard that during all those workshops, you talked a lot about crisis. And there are different kinds of crises. National crisis, financial crisis, or personal crisis. And I would like to know something about you. Can you bring something here? Can you share something about what it means to be in crisis, on crisis? Yes, I'm coming there right away. What's your name?
Maria. Okay, so my own conclusion of the session was that humans are not resources. And non-humans are not resources. And we are here because we have the creative capacity of generating consciousness together. When we are together, we are very powerful, generating consciousness, critical thinking together. We are not resources. We are not material resources.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your share. And let's watch as three voices, Maria's story. Let's watch.
I am human. I am human. I am human.
I've said it again, I'm not a number. I've said it again, I'm not a number. I've said it already again, I'm not a number.
Together, we're powerful. We're powerful together. Together, we're powerful.
I've said it again.
I am human.
Together, we're
I
powerful.
am human.
Together, we're powerful.
I am
I've said it
human.
again, I'm not a
we are
number. I've
powerful.
said it again. We are powerful.
I'm a human.
I am human.
I'm a human.
I've said it again, I'm not a number.
I am a number.
I'm a human.
I am a human.
I'm not a number.
We are
We're
powerful together. I am
I'm a
not
powerful
a
number.
I'm a
I am
human.
a human.
We're powerful together.
I am not
I'm not
a
a number.
We are
I'm not a
powerful
number.
together.
We're powerful
We are
together.
powerful
We're
together.
powerful together.
We are powerful.
Maria, thank you again for your story. We are together, and that gives us something of a power. And I want you to ask again, to go back to crisis and to ask how did you deal with the crisis, no matter which crisis in your life. Yes, I'm coming. Ναι. What, your name?
Πούλος Θωμάς.
Θωμά.
Μιλάω ελληνικά, δεν πειράζει. Κοίταξε τώρα. Το δικό μου ιστορία δεν μοιάζει με του Βασίλη. Λίγο με τους άλλους. Το θέμα, όταν ήρθα στα σύνορα, στην αρχή όταν άλλαζα το σύστημα, δεν ήταν εύκολο να έρθουμε εδώ. Είχαμε πολλά πρόβλημα. Ήρθα από τα βουνά. Με πιάσανε με ένας φίλος. Με πιάσανε με ένας φίλος εκεί στα σύνορα, οι στρατιώτες, και τι θέλεις εδώ. Όπως όλοι λέω. Όπως όλοι δηλαδή, όπως πήγανε, δεν έφυγα δηλαδή γιατί ήμουνα πλούσιος ή φτωχός. Έφυγα από το... άλλαξε το σύστημα.
Ποιος θα κάνει τον εαυτό σου? Who will play yourself, Θωμά?
Ποιος το κάνει?
Story from the actors.
Ποιος θέλει να το
and the
κάνει?
actress.
Αυτός το πρώτο.
Ο Στέλιο. Στέλιο will play Thomas.
Αλλά δεν έχω τελειώσει ακόμα. Ναι, μπράβο.
I know you didn't finish.
Ναι. Και εκεί στα σύνορα άρχισα να περιποιήσα δηλαδή. Γιατί ήρθες, τι θέλεις εδώ, όπως όλοι. Εντάξει, ψάχνουν από εδώ, από εκεί, μας τα παίρνουν όλοι, ότι ήμουνα στα σύνορα με την Αλβανία, Τσαναντά λέγεται η περιοχή εκεί, κοντά με την Άγιο Σαρά, πιο κάτω δηλαδή. Και μου λέει πήγε εκεί πίσω σε αυτό το κοντάρι ηλεκτρικά, άνοιξε τα χέρια και τα πόδια και βγάζει το μαχαίρι που είχε ο στρατιώτης περίπου 15-20 μέτρα απόσταση. Λέω τα χέρια δεν θα ανοίξω, γιατί σκέφτηκα αν με χτυπάει θα με κόψει κάτι, ή τα πόδια ή τα χέρια.
So there was a soldier who stopped you on the border of between Albania and Greece.
Ναι, στα σύνορα με την Αλβανία, κάπου από εκεί.
Who will play this soldier?
Στρατιώτης ο άλλος.
Christos will play this soldier.
Και άρχισε αυτός, χτυπάει. Εγώ κλείσω τα χέρια. Πηγαίνει, παίρνει το μαχαίρι και έρχεται πάλι, λέει, ότι εγώ ήρθα να σωθώ και να ζω καλύτερα, αυτός θα μου κόψει τα χέρια τώρα. Και χτύπησε 3-4 φορές. Μετά σηκώνεται κάποιος, ένας άλλος στρατιώτης, και λέει, ρε φίλε, στον αυτό, στο φίλο και που είχε εκεί. Άφησε ρε καημένο τώρα, αυτός έτσι για να το δουλέψει, εμείς τώρα να το σκοτώσουμε. Και σταματήσαμε. Εντάξει, αυτή ήταν η ιστορία. Μετά όταν έρχομαι εδώ στην Ελλάδα, πάω αυτό έχει να κάνει με την κρίση τώρα, με αυτά που υποφέραμε εμείς δηλαδή. Πάω σε ένα εργοστάσιο εδώ στη Νέα Ιωνία, υφαντουργείο, και μου λέει, πόσα θέλεις να πληρώνω? Εγώ δεν ήξερα ούτε να μιλάω καλά. Λέω, είναι μεροκάματα 5.000 δραχμές είναι ή 6, αν μου δώσεις καλά θα είναι. 5 θα σου δώσω. Εντάξει, μετά σε λίγες μέρες λέω, ρε αφεντικό, ασφάλεια θα μου δώσεις κάτι, γιατί χωρίς ασφάλεια δεν μπορώ να κυκλοφορώ εδώ στην Αθήνα. Μπορεί να με διώξω να με πιάνουν, γιατί δεν είχαμε χαρτιά. Ήρθαμε έτσι μετανάστες, όπως όλοι που έρχονται από τα βουνά, από τις θάλασσες, και λέει θα σου δώσω. Πέρασε 1 μήνα, 2, 3, 6 μήνες, πάω πάλι. Ρε αφεντικό, θα μου δώσεις ασφάλεια? Μου λέει, τι ασφάλεια ρε Θωμά τώρα, ασφάλεια δεν είναι μίσρη, δεν είναι ρύζι δηλαδή, έτσι να σου δώσω εγώ. Είναι λεφτά. Να ρε λεφτά, αλλά άμα δεν έχω ασφάλεια δεν μπορώ να κυκλοφορώ στην Ελλάδα. Για να δούμε.
Who will play ασφάλεια? Who will play the health insurance?
Γιατί εντάξει, ασφάλεια αυτές δουλεύουν.
Let's say Catherine will play self-insurance.
Και εντάξει, και αυτή καλή είναι, αλλά εντάξει αυτή. Πέρασαν, ό,τι 6 months, 6 μήνες, πέρασαν 10 χρόνια. Ούτε μια μέρα ασφάλεια. Ήρθε η ηλικία να βγαίνω στη σύνταξη, 10 χρόνια χωρίς ασφάλεια, πώς να βγω στη σύνταξη? Ευτυχώς που αρρωστήσα, έκανα εγχείρηση και κέρδισα μισό σύνταξη αναπηρίας να ζήσω με 300 ευρώ. Γιατί δεν πληρώνονταν η ασφάλεια. 4 χιλιάρικα και 25 χρόνια δουλειά. Εδώ στην Ελλάδα δεν τα δίνουν αυτά. Στην Ευρώπη τα δίνουν και 2 χιλιάρικα να έχεις ένσημο, σιγουρασιόν που λένε, δίνουν κάτι. Εδώ δεν σου δίνουν τίποτα. Ναι, φύγουν όλα τα πράγματα αυτά τα χρόνια που έχεις δουλέψει, δεν κερδίζεις τίποτα.
So I want you to ask, do you have translation from the Greek to English? Not everyone. So this is Thomas' story about coming and working in Greece, but with no health or life insurance. So he had to deal with so many problems. And now, what about now? How many years you are in Greece?
Here, εγώ είμαι 30 χρόνια.
30 years in Greece. What gives you, Thomas, this power to continue and live in this country, where it's not so difficult to live?
Κοίταξε, εγώ σκέφτομαι σε λίγο να γυρίζω πίσω, γιατί με αυτό τη σύνταξη δεν ζω εδώ. Λίγο παίρνω από την Αλβανία, λίγο από εδώ μπορώ να ζήσω από εκεί. Αν θέλουν να κάθονται εδώ να ζούνε, να ζούνε.
So still
Αλλά με αυτά τα λεφτά που δίνουμε εδώ, που λένε με 300 και με 500, δεν ζήκανε άνθρωποι εδώ.
Thank you, Thomas. He says that with 300 or 500 euro, how you can live in this country, in Greece? This is not a proper pension. So it's impossible for him to stay in Greece and he will go back to Albania. This is another story. I'm coming to you. So I wanted to ask you, what helped you inside of you? Τι σε βοήθησε μέσα σου σαν στοιχείο για να αντέξεις όλα αυτά που άντεξες? What helped you to stay here and to have this power to remain in Greece and fight for your life?
Η αλήθεια είναι, όταν περνάει ο καιρός, ο χρόνος, δημιουργήσα παρέα, φίλους, έχω πολλούς καλούς άνθρωπους, υπάρχει κακούς, αλλά υπάρχει πολύ καλοί άνθρωποι.
Greeks or Albanians?
Ναι, και η αλήθεια είναι τώρα οι Αλβανοί εδώ δεν τη λένε πια μετανάστες, δεν τη λένε πια είναι με ούρα από πίσω, όπως είπανε στην αρχή. Οι Αλβανοί είναι παλιοί άνθρωποι, είναι με ούρα από πίσω. Έτσι λέγανε.
It's important what he's saying, that before the Greeks, the Greeks were thinking about Albanians like monsters with tails, this is his story. This is his story. You have another. Yes. So what gave him the force to continue to live here, it was the friendships he made, and the people who could maintain this power inside of him.
Ναι, ξέρεις ελληνικά. Και αλήθεια, αλλάξαν πολλά πράγματα αυτά τα χρόνια. Και τώρα μπορεί να έχω περισσότερους φίλους εδώ, στην Ελλάδα, παρά στην Ιταλία. Η ηλικία μου, οι περισσότεροι έφυγαν, άλλες χώρες, τα μισά είναι απάνω. Και έτσι, εγώ που ζω τώρα λέω μια χαρά είμαι και έτσι.
I wish you really the best for your life and και σε ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Θα βάλουμε, Margarita will play friendship in his life.
Μπράβο, να μην το πείσουμε χωρίς ρόλο, να πέσεις.
Να παίξει κι αυτή, να μην we shouldn't leave her without role, he says. So thank you very much for the story and stay with me. We will watch on a full playback your story and Stelios will play yourself, Thomas. Christos will play the soldier. Katerina will play the insurance, the health and life insurance in Greece, and Margarita will play friendship. Let's watch.
My story is a different story. I had to leave Albania, to leave my country 30 years ago. And I reached the borders. Albania, Greece, Albania, Greece.
And who are you, mister?
Soldier. I'm just a guy looking for a better future. A better future there, in Greece. I'm going there.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Stay there.
My arm. No, no, you're gonna cut them.
Legs.
No, no,
I
no.
say.
No, 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 no.
Do you want to stay alive or not?
I'm just going to work.
This is the question. Do you want to stay alive or not?
I want.
You have to sacrifice some things you know.
Not my hands.
In order to die.
Not my hands, please. Not my hands, I need them to work. Please. I need them. I need my hands and my legs. Please.
My friend over there just saved your life. Say thank you.
Thank you. Grace. New Camry. New beginning. Can I have a work here?
You're very welcome to work here.
Nice to meet you.
Please come closer.
Yeah.
Let's see if you measure up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're not big enough. You'll have to wait.
How long?
How long? No. Welcome to Greece.
I'll work.
Welcome.
I'll work hard.
I'll work.
Can I have 5,000 drachmas a day? A month. Okay.
Welcome to security. Please come closer.
Okay. And what about health aid?
I'm sorry. You don't measure up.
Thank God I had a surgery. And I got some money.
Thank God you had the surgery, and we can provide you with, just a minute, let me see. Oh. Look, all that just for you.
You're kidding. The borders. Albania. Greece. I'm thinking of going back. I can't live here anymore. Who are you?
Come with me. I will show you my country. This is Greece, you know.
Yes, I know.
We have a beautiful sun. Look at the sky.
Yes, but
We laugh a lot here.
yes, but people see us like demons with tails.
Do you have a tail?
I don't have one.
I have a tail.
You have a tail?
Come with me. I will show you my country.
Will you be my friend?
Yes. Yes, I need a friend.
I need a friend too.
And that really gave me some power to last. Friendship. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget me, please.
No, I won't forget.
How was it for you, Thomas?
Κοίταξε, ευχαριστώ πολύ τους ηθοποιούς και λέω πόσα γρήγορα δημιουργήσαν αυτή τη σκηνή σαν έχουν σπουδάσει την ιστορία. Δηλαδή, πολύ δύσκολα είναι, αλλά νομίζω είναι πολύ καλές ηθοποιοί.
Thank you so much for your story. Thank you so much for me. So, from demons with tails, from delusion and illusion, we go to a vision. And I want to ask you about your vision, about your vision which you imagine happening concerning democracy, concerning a better society. I know that on those workshops you shared some of your visions. So could you share now, right now, a vision about the future? A country, a more democratic country than where you live. What it means, democracy. Who will share a vision for the future? Yes, I'm coming. Your name, please.
My name is Musa Sangari. Musa Sangari.
Musa Sangari. No, just to spell it. Musa Sangari. What is Musa?
You can say only Musa.
Only Musa. Okay.
Thank you. Vision. Yeah. I'm emotional now with what I see. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak. Yeah, for me the vision for democracy is no one beyond. It means that democracy is, as we all say, it is a power of people, by the people, for people. So today what I see that many people are not including in the democracy process. My vision is until 2029, everybody in the society need to be participating in democracy process. It means that refugees, migrants, LGBTQ, people with disability, without European citizenship have to have the right to participate in decision-making process in other level without discrimination, without exclusion. So this is what I believe that it should happen in the few coming years. This is what I believe. For example, the right to vote for people with migrant people have the right to vote, and refugees also have the right to vote, and everyone in the society. And also to speak, not only to vote, but to speak, to be part of the discussion. If we want to talk about religion, we should invite everybody in the society. If we want to talk about economic, we should invite, because I'm in Greece for 12 years. I know very well the society. I know the politician. I know the people. So I know how.
Tell us something about them. Tell us something about them.
Yeah, yes, something as all the Greek, we know that the politicians are corrupt. This is the first thing. And the second thing is that they are not really representing us. It's a Greek, it's a refugee migrant. So they are representing themselves most of the time. And this is very wrong. And we are not consulting for nothing. In the migration, we are expert on migration. I am a member of European expert group on migration, asylum and integration. We have been never consulted, even for citizenship process. We don't consult, but in other democratic countries, they have been consulting for many things. Of course, it is not complete, but they got consulted. And I have experience of that because I travel a lot. I listen what is happening outside. This is what I want for my country in Greece.
Thank you very much, Musa. Let's give a big applause to Musa. And let's watch something of his story as Constellation. Let's watch.
no, 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 no.
Out.
No.
Out.
No.
You.
Όχι.
Out. No.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you? You can't. No.
Yes, you can.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
No.
No, you can't.
Who's that? Who's that?
Not you.
My
Not
name
you.
is Musa.
Speak up.
My name is Musa.
This is your chance. This is your time.
Speak up. This is your time. My name is Musa.
Who are you? Who are you?
Speak up for everyone. I'm an immigrant.
I have
I'm a
a voice.
refugee.
I have a voice.
I belong in the LGBTQI.
I'm a disabled person.
I am you.
I want to be heard. I want to speak up.
Ask me.
I want to be consulted. Ask me.
Ask me.
I want to be involved.
Ask me.
Give me a voice.
Give me a chance.
Future. Future.
The future is you.
Everyone should have a voice.
The future is me.
The future is you.
The future is us.
The future is us. Together.
All the voices together.
Democracy is all the voices together.
All the voices together.
Μαζί.
Μαζί.
Όλες μαζί.
Thank you again, Musa, for your story. So there is time for one more story about a vision you have. Your name?
My name is Mary, and I realized what we had said in the debates we had in the room, that everybody perceives a crisis differently. I respect and appreciate each and every single problem. There are many crises out there, but what scares me most as a mother is the growing violence among the youth. I think internet plays and the TV shows a major role in this, so I'm making it a little bit more personal and not so collective or global right now. And this scares me. It scares me for the future of our children, their children, and so on and so forth. So my vision here is that we find some way to protect the future as we are trying to protect the planet, to protect the lives on this planet.
Let's say that we have this kind of wonderful image 6 years later, and something changed about violence in the school.
Living in a utopia? I would love it. I think if we we give children a rounded education, which means not only academic, teaching them to love, respect differences, diversity, and each other. This will bring peace.
Mary, how can you personally contribute to this vision?
I do, as a mother, as a volunteer, as a teacher, in all aspects.
Thank you very much, Mary.
And
let's watch, as Group Scouts, Mary's story. Let's watch.
I just don't see it as a utopia. I just don't see it as a utopia. I just don't see it as a utopia. I just don't see it as a utopia.
Love and acceptance. Love and acceptance. Love and acceptance.
Stop! The children are our future. The children are our future. The children are our future. Stop!
Don't see it as a utopia.
Love and acceptance.
The children are our future.
Thank you, Mary. So we're coming slowly to an end. And I wanted to ask you what you take from this performance, from the stories, from the feelings, from the sharings. Just one word.
Κάποιες ανακρίβειες για την ελληνική μεταχείριση του τρένου.
Ανακρίβειες. We keep this word, okay? Κρατάμε αυτή τη λέξη. Just one word now. Huh? Ανακρίβεια in occurrence. Huh? Something else. Some words from you. Leaving this performance. Yeah, a word.
Βασίλης λέγομαι, είμαι από την Αθήνα. Επειδή άκουσα από την Αλβανία που είπαν ότι πήγανε στα σύνορα και τους σταματήσανε οι φαντάροι, η δουλειά τους αυτή είναι, να φυλάσσουν τα σύνορα. Εκτός αν μιλάμε για μια παγκόσμια διακυβέρνηση, οπότε όλα τα σύνορα είναι ελεύθερα, μπαινοβγαίνουν και δεν υπάρχει κανένας έλεγχος.
Ευχαριστούμε, Βασίλη. Something more. From?
Από την Κύπρο, from Cyprus, my name is Andreas. The thing that I got for just one word is hope.
Hope from Andreas. Something else, some moving. Another word. Huh? Peace. Peace from all these different. What's your name?
Antonella.
Antonella. I'm coming, and then there.
Compassion.
Compassion from your group. And your name? Ulrika.
Courage. From Valentina.
Με η Μαρία την Αθήνα, αγωνία για το μέλλον, φόβος.
Agony and fear from Maria. And let's hear something from our artists, from our actors and actresses during this performance. Let's end with some feeling of yours.
Together, we're powerful.
And what happens when different stories are in a battle?
I think we all people have more things in common than differences.
I took away that democracy means inclusion.
Let's keep the faith. Thank you. Orestes improvised saxo and guitar. Katerina, Christos, Margarita, Stelios, and Dimitri. Thank you very much. And thank you, Charles. Thank you for the organizing committee.
Thank you very much to the Palmos Theatre Troupe. It was a pleasure to have that. Now we're going to switch to another moment for the 10 last minutes where we're going to ask you an exercise that is slightly different, which is going to be about democratizing foresight through newsletter headlines.
Wow. This was very, very special. Very special. Many of us never had the experience you gave us. So really, I think we will come from this moment with you, these conversations with words and with the body, transformed. And this is what we want to do in this Democratic Odyssey Assembly, transform ourselves together. And so as you know, and as we just did, you asked our members of our assembly for a vision of the future that would be a better future. The problem we have is that all the stories that were difficult stories that you enacted with your body is often what we see in the future. Future of crisis, a future that can be dark and scary. And what we want to do after the break is to transport ourselves and travel in time, really physically travel in time. And in order to do that, we want to write together a crisis, a very difficult moment in 2029, in 5 years' time. And we would like to borrow from you, if for a moment you think 2029 in your head, 100 years after the crisis of 1929, where, you know, people threw themselves out of windows because there was the financial crisis at the time, 100 years ago. We are now 100 years later in 2029, and we would like you to think of yourself as newspaper editors looking for really big headlines about what is happening in the world, and it is a crisis. We're in 2029, we want headlines, crisis headlines. So we're going to go, you have another? Is there a second microphone or just one? So I'm going to come to you and ask you for a headline. Anyone, also facilitators, observers, lovely crew members can contribute, but think of a headline.
Antimicrobial resistance, how the bots are going to kill you.
Antimicrobial resistant. Ooh, that is scary. Why? Let's think why there are microbes. Bugs are going to kill us. Okay, that's one headline. It's a multi-crisis. People of the assembly, close your eyes. You're in 2029. Lots of crisis things are happening at the same time. We have the health thing. Suddenly we have microbes all over the place. Can you give us other headlines? Newspaper headlines. Two up there.
Μεγάλη έλλειψη νερού, λειψιδρία.
No water.
Lack of water. A drought.
Third World War. Third World War knocking on a door.
This is escalating quickly. Over here.
Sorry, I am a dreamer, so a world of artistic intelligence.
So indeed, as part of the crisis in 29, there could be also new innovations which have changed the way we think and relate with each other.
So we are on the brink of World War III now. Manuela.
She already said it, the elixir of water, that water is not enough for people. So
Drought. Where? Maybe you can add to this headline. You're a competing newspaper, so you wanted to make even more striking. Headline of newspaper.
Water just for 5 days.
Just water for just 5 days. Okay. Can you pass down the mic?
Εξαφάνιση των μελισσών.
Disappearance of bees. Nuclear war. Who will push the button first?
Αντικατάσταση ανθρώπου από ρομπότ. Τρόμος από την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη.
(2029) the rich have migrated to Mars.
European Union dissolves.
There was something over here? No? Any more headlines? I'll come back.
Free coffee for everybody.
That's like the artistic thing. There has to be a few things. You're almost dying. Bees are not going nuclear, but you can drink coffee and stay awake in this crazy world. You can survive with that. There was another hand. No? A second hand there? Yes?
Πλανήτης Γη, βοηθήστε με.
Planet Earth. Planet Earth. Help us.
Νιώθω ξένος στη χώρα μου.
I feel a stranger in my own country. Xenos. Like xenophobia, xenos.
Hungry and famine. On the earth.
Hunger and famine on the earth.
Five countries in the Pacific Ocean disappear underwater.
Five cities on the...
Five countries in the Pacific
Countries.
Ocean disappear underwater.
I think we're talking about Pacific Islands.
Yeah, islands.
5 countries, 5 islands disappear underwater. Already in 5 years' time? Debbie, that's fast.
European Union does not accept anymore a country member to be divided about Cyprus.
Okay, maybe that's more on the positive side. Or does it throw out Cyprus? We can have the discussion.
Why
The
do you
EU
think that the European Union will force Turkey to leave Cyprus?
Good point. So EU does not accept anymore to contain a divided country like Cyprus. Meaning poor Cyprus might be kicked out of the EU, we don't know.
Finally, there is peace in the world and all people are happy.
That's the newspaper, you know, that is trying to be counter-trend and say the positive things. Absolutely.
Αντικατάσταση τροφών με χάπια.
has been replaced by pills. Probably because we can't grow it anymore. Okay, my God, what a collection of headlines. You're all media people.
The world finally realized that when we say West, it's just EU and the US, and the others are more.
The first permanent citizens' assembly, including Europe and Russia, starts tomorrow.
No more? Yeah? Anyone up on the stairs? Yeah, okay, over here.
Dictators left and right. Dictators left and right.
East and west, even. Are there any more up here? Headlines, 2029? Yeah.
Ελληνικά μόνο, ναι. Να εξαφανίζουν όλες τρομακτικές κράτους από τις χάρτες και από τις μύθες.
Someone... Can you say it again? Can you say it again?
Θέλω να στις 2029 να εξαφανίζουν όλες χώρες τρομοκράτες από τις χάρτες και από τις μύθες.
Terrorist countries disappear from the map.
Citizen, conscience, and power.
Poetic. Poetic newspaper. It's my kind of newspaper. Yes.
Deepfakes used in misinformation wars.
Thank you. Yeah.
Deepfakes used in misinformation wars.
Fakes are being used.
Parliaments and representative systems have been abolished.
No more parliaments. Any final headlines to add to our mostly horrible collection?
Probably some... Okay. Yes, this side has been a bit left to the side, so...
First conspiracy theory finally added in the Constitution.
Conspiracy theory added to the Constitution.
Last political edit has been replaced by AI.
Hey, we're back to the AI, the robots, the conspiracy and all of that. What a world we will live in 5 years' time. I think I see another hand here, and we're coming to the break with the coffee, promise.
The Atlantic conveyor has collapsed. Runaway global warming is on.
The Atlantic conveyor, you know, the stream that makes it so that the UK is not so cold, has collapsed. Global warming accelerating. One more lady at the back. Okay, pass the microphone and then we slowly close.
Υπογενετικότητα και η αύξηση του ορίου ζωής. Πολλοί άνθρωποι μεγάλης ηλικίας.
So infertility spreads, and there is no more young people on earth, only old people, or older and older people. There was a movie about it. It was a movie. Oh.
Κάποια την αιωνιότητα.
Not only are there only old people, but the headline is Pills to Live Forever. So we've got old people who live forever and no more young people. Immortality. Immortality. Is that good or bad? We don't know. Is that crisis? Okay, so Niccolo, I think that our assembly members have given us quite a lot of moments, events, realities to live with in 2029. And so as we stand for a moment, we're going to be back in 2024 where there's still coffee. We are going to collect all of these headlines and put them in a story. And in half an hour, you are all going to board a ship. I would like to have the sound, think Star Trek, think Star Wars, the sound of a ship taking off, and you will slowly be in that ship. Can we have a ship, a time travel, a ship taking you to 2020 time in time? Can we have that sound? Okay, so we're not quite sure. Coffee break, you're getting to between 24 and 29. You're traveling in time. Think of yourself as traveling in time, and we will find you now in 2029 in your rooms where you were together before, in the same place as you were this morning, after the coffee break, and in 2029.
Before you get to 2029, those of you that didn't pick up your per diems in the lunch, now is the time. The desks are open again. So sort this out before the time travel.
Feet to relax, please. Time is running. So yeah, if we can just make ourselves comfortable, find a way to be comfortable. Okay, make yourself comfortable, find yourself a seat. How many of you are looking forward to tonight's festival? Hands up, those of you. Yeah, great. Look how many people are going to be coming. Has everybody got someone to go with? Everyone's got somewhere to go, know where you're going? If you don't know where you're going, come and see us, we can tell you, but make sure if you're able to turn up, we would love to see you there. Okay, I think we're almost ready to start. Did you all have a nice afternoon? Good. And you made some recommendations, yes? Wonderful. The future is looking good.
Hi everyone, just before we go to the final session of voting, I wanted to announce an event that's going to take place from 8 p.m. onwards in Clafmono Square that is labeled on the program that you have, the Democracy Festival. So there's going to be some NGOs from Athens that are going to be there. And if you want, as participants of the assembly, to take the stage at some point to speak about your own experience, that's possible. And then there's going to be Greek music and a DJ set later in the night. Thank you very much.
And all of you who have friends in Athens, on the WhatsApp, there is a poster. Forward it to your friends so that they come to the festival. It's open for everybody in Athens, who can get there. So please go to your WhatsApp group and you will find the poster to forward. That's really important. So that's the festival. Then I need Max. Max, because we are going to, well, we're giving time to our friends to prepare for the last session, where we're going to all decide on our recommendations to bring tomorrow. So many of you are asking questions. So the biggest question is what happens tomorrow? So you have in your program something a bit mysterious and strange. Even for Athenians, we are going to the Pnyx, to the Pnycha. This is where in ancient Greece, all the decisions were made, as we mentioned before. It's on a hill. The good news is that there is an entrance. There are two entrances. You don't want to take the long entrance. You want to take the short entrance to the Pnyx. We are going to send on your WhatsApp, and it's also on the link tree, but I want to make sure you check that you take the short entrance. Very close to the, or else you're going to get there. I've done it. Thank God we're asking you to come around 9, so it's not going to be too hot. But when you come, if you're from Athens, make a list of what you bring. Please, if you can, bring an umbrella, because it might be, we are going to be under trees, under the shade, but still, if you get too hot, maybe you want to protect yourself with an umbrella. Everybody bring water. And then we need to worry about sitting down. You can sit down on rocks. There's areas with rocks. But if you want to, and we will have something like 80 chairs, little chairs that are like this, that are very light. Nevertheless, the Greeks among you, if you have camping seats, you know, super light chairs from when you go camping, bring them, not just for you. If you have two, maybe bring two. Young people, I want to see the hands of those who are young. Now, very old people can say they're young. Okay, I can see that. You're cheating. Sorry. Young people, you're strong and full of energy. So when you're at this light entrance, see perhaps maybe a person that might not be as young as you. I'm not calling them old, but maybe they can't carry their 2 chairs. And we will have all these chairs, and poor Johannes, our dear friend Johannes, he's bringing them. You will help carry the chairs up, okay? There's things to, so you are all the volunteers to help carry things up. This is difficult. You know what? The ancient Greeks, they stood up for hours. I mean, they were really strong because they did the Olympics and all of that. They're not in their desks, but so they stood up in the assembly on the Pnyx for many, many, many hours. But you know, my back, I can't do that. So what else in the Pnyx? You can bring cushions, you can bring rugs to sit on the floor together. You can bring your own food, but don't leave any plastic there. It has to be beautiful. So if you want to bring, because we will finish around 1:30, so bring some snacks, bring some fruits to share, any food you think you might need, okay? And we can have at the end a collective picnic, yes? When you arrive at 9 also, you can start having picnic. Many things will happen in the Pnyx, okay? So this is the story, and Max, who's over there, and who's done many, many things, has checked that short entrance. Max, you will send all of them, the exact information about the short entrance. So remember that. Is there anything else that is material that we want to say about the Pnyx? Because in a minute, Nicolo and Ophélie are going to tell us what we are going to bring to the Pnyx from our minds, from our discussions, from our negotiations, right? And I'm just doing the very material things. Any questions about the Pnyx? Okay, Manuela.
What about the toilet? Toilets.
There are okay, so there is a water fountain right next to where we're meeting. To bring bottles that better than plastic bottles. Not good. You can bring your bottles to refill. There is a water fountain. Not far from the water fountain, there are 2 toilets, Max. But then there is a difference. Those of you who are the transnational, who fly from other countries, you will go to other cities. The Greek among you that live in Athens, you will elect ambassadors. Think until the summer. That's your membership in this assembly, just to make clear for everyone.
Thank you, Calypso. You want to say something about tapestry? Okay, and then I'm going to tell you what we're doing now.
I want to say about the tapestry that we continue working on it. The idea was to start collecting all the ideas from yesterday. And tomorrow we have Eleni. We found our artist from Athens that will help us to transfer the ideas to the fabric. So we have some art materials, and Eleni will bring a few more. Everyone could be participating in this. It will happen in the beginning from 9, even earlier if you come earlier. And it will happen near the playback and the activities. If you want to bring some object or some colors or something that you feel should be on the sales, bring it with you. You see some people, I asked for their hands, so you can draw and trace your hand and cut it, and we will use it to put our hands, like in the artwork in the cave, to put our hands on the wall together. So this collective artwork, we will make it together. This will be the sales for our assembly. So we are making it. There is another project that maybe some of you have seen that Noga is responsible of, and we will discover it more. And we want to also create a thread. And this is part of the civic arts actions that are happening in parallel. And
thank you very much. And for you to keep, not to lose the precious ideas which you have come up with today, at the end of this plenary, you will pick up one of these modules. This is fabric in different colors. Take it home with you, reflect of what was the most important idea or proposition, and write it on it, and bring it tomorrow. We will use it for decorating our sails for the next destinations of the Democratic Odyssey. Thank you.
Beautiful, thanks for this. We launched ourselves on a journey together yesterday, the Democratic Odyssey. You have worked enormously over yesterday afternoon and today. It probably feels a lot longer than that, with all the time travel that was involved to the future and back again and everything. And you've produced an enormous number of ideas and proposals and all kinds of messages that have been noted down by people in the working groups and are being captured in other ways with the art and the performance. And all of those ideas are good ideas. In this assembly, there's no bad ideas. All of these ideas we're going to continue to work with beyond this weekend. So, tell me, Calypso. People who need translation should get translation.
Καταλαβαίνουν. Έλληνες. Όλα καλά. Όλα καλά. Όλα... Ναι. Όχι. Όχι καλά, αλλά καταλαβαίνετε. Έτσι και έτσι.
Okay, so it's important we all do the best we can to listen to each other. I try to speak slowly. So we've come up with all these ideas.
Before you just say something for Nika.
Yes.
Okay. Για τους Έλληνες που δεν μιλάνε αγγλικά, για την Νίκα, θα σας στείλουμε στο WhatsApp τις κατευθύνσεις για το πού να πάτε και από πού θα μπείτε. Να έχετε μαζί σας νερό και ομπρέλα και ξαπλώστρες. Κάτι είναι, λοιπόν. Να έχετε μαζί σας για την Νίκα ομπρέλα, θα έχει ήλιο, νερό, άμα θέλετε κάτι να φέρετε για να φάτε ένα σαντουιτσάκι οτιδήποτε, κάτι για να καθίσετε. Καρέκλα, ένα καθισματάκι ή καρέκλα. Για το φεστιβάλ, ναι. Γρήγορα. Η διεύθυνση θα σταλεί στο WhatsApp σήμερα, με το ποια είναι η πιο Νίκα. Για το φεστιβάλ σήμερα καλέστε και τους φίλους σας στην Αθήνα, αν θέλουν να έρθουν. Τι ώρα αρχίζει, 8 η ώρα. Νομίζω αυτά. Αν έχετε κάποια άλλη ερώτηση, με βρίσκετε μετά. Αυτά τα χαρτάκια θα τα πάρετε σπίτι σας. Αν σκεφτείτε κάτι που σας έμεινε τη σημερινή ημέρα, το φέρνετε αύριο και θα το βάλουμε σε ένα τοίχο. Ναι.
So, let's try and concentrate on today. All of the ideas that you've been coming up with, all of the discussions are being captured in different ways, and this assembly will continue to work with all of those ideas over the coming month, over the coming year. We have also a job to do as an assembly, which is to organize our work. If an assembly is going to function over months of time, we have to be organized. We have to make some priorities in what are we going to work on at different times. That exercise is something we're already going to start tomorrow. Because tomorrow is the last day we're physically together, and so we will use it to start to make an agenda for our work over the coming months and the work of the Assembly, which will involve also other people in the activities of the Assembly. So this is where we go from all sharing our ideas to starting to think about which ideas should we work on over what time. It's a very important part of building a permanent assembly. So what we just did in the groups, coming out of the time travel exercise, was to ask you to come up with some recommendations for people today to improve the management of crisis in the future. All of those recommendations, I'm sure, are good recommendations, and all of those recommendations we will continue to work on in the future of the Assembly. What we want to try to do now is to identify how much time the different recommendations need until we are ready to say them as the Assembly. So maybe some messages we want to send are already very close to being ready. With a little bit of time tomorrow morning, we can agree, okay, we want to say this as an Assembly. Some other messages may be very good messages, but we need to use much more time until we can agree, okay, now we say this. So what we want to try to do is to assess, now I hear myself many times, is to try to assess for each of the messages, how ready is this? How much more time do we need to spend to make this proposal ready to say? So we're going to try to use a tool to enable you to rank the messages on the basis of how much more time do we need to work on this. I would like to say, of course, we would always like much more time. But it's probably important to be able to say, you know what, this is good enough. And it's important that we start to say things as an Assembly. So it's important to think, okay, let's try and say something, even if it's not exactly perfect. So we're going to try to use a tool now. It's a bit experimental. We'll see how it works, to see if we can assess how ready are these proposals. We need a lot more work or a little bit of work. Tomorrow, when we've done a bit more work on the proposals that are nearly ready, we will have a final moment where we agree, okay, we are happy with this proposal, or not. Okay? So there's going to be some vote tomorrow as well. So this is not about a final decision. This is about indicating how ready we think the proposal is. And to do it, we're going to use an application on your phone. If you don't all have phones, that is okay. It's not important that everybody votes, because it's just about giving an indication how we feel about these proposals. But it would be useful if everybody can see a phone. And if you can see a phone, then in the WhatsApp group of the Democratic Odyssey, you should see a link, a QR code and a link. And you should click on that link. The first one here, which says voting time, has come from the amazing Ophélie, who's been trying to make this function. So, give me an indication if you see that, if you can see that link and you can click on that link. People who do that, hold up their hands so we get a sense of how many people is this working. If you need to scan the QR code, because you're not in the WhatsApp group or similar, you can scan on someone else's phone. They're holding them up. The facilitators have got phones with the code on it. So let's try and get as many people as we can connected to this tool. Okay, so we're giving some time for people to try to connect. Yeah, if you manage to get in, you should be able to give a thumbs up on your screen. If you give that thumbs up, it makes our computer over here feel better. Okay? I can see quite a few thumbs up coming in. Give a few more seconds for people to try to connect. Okay, I see people still connecting. There's still a stream of thumbs up coming on this screen. Okay. I think we're nearly there. We're nearly ready to begin. We're nearly ready to begin. Okay, like I say, it's an experiment. It's only an indicative vote. It is not the most important moment of the whole weekend. It's to help us organize a bit for tomorrow. I'm going to say it. Okay, I think we're going to start to try to do this. Okay? So the way this is going to work is there are 13 proposals that have been collected. 13 proposals have been collected. We're going to read each one of them out, and you will see them one by one on the screen in front of you, if you can see a screen. Okay? You will be asked to give a rate to that proposal from 1 to 10, where 10 means this message is perfectly ready, doesn't need any more work. 7 means it needs a little bit more work, but maybe if we spend some time tomorrow, we can finalize. 5 means, probably not tomorrow, but maybe with a bit more work in the coming weeks, okay? 3 and lower is this needs a lot more work, okay? Is it clear the scale? 1 is it requires a huge amount of work. 10 is this proposal is totally ready, okay? So we're going to go through them one by one. We're going to read them slowly. Take some time to think about it, because I'm afraid they're quite long. And then 1 to 10. And this is going to be used to organize our work tomorrow and in the coming months.
Also, just to clarify, that this doesn't mean that you necessarily agree with that proposal. It means that you think it's ready enough to be submitted to you, maybe to also other people who will participate in popular assemblies as a proposal. But you don't need yourself individually to be agreeing with that proposal.
Okay, we're going to do a test run. A test run. The first test, which hopefully you can see on your screen, is I think pineapple on pizza is, and in this case 10 means brilliant, and 1 means horrible. So, let's test so you get a sense of how this works. We can see people are voting. You're voting. It's still under 5, so that's, now we're at 5. Perfectly divided assembly on the question of pineapple on pizza. Okay. You have 10 more seconds to vote if you want to vote. Five more seconds. 4, 3, 2, and it's closing. Okay. So that was to get a sense of how it works. It's a fun tool. As I say, it's not the most important thing. It's just to help us organize our work. It's also an experimental tool that we're going to have to try to make function as it goes along. Okay, so we're going to start with this proposal, which I'm going to read, you think about, and then you rate how ready is it. So, for Europe to be able to better deal with future crises, we should keep solidarity and support at the local level to reinforce education and training for children and adults, and reinforce common funding mechanisms for cooperation at the EU level. We should avoid deteriorating our democracies and the emergence of dictatorships, and we should invent an inclusive, participatory democracy where people are engaged with their societies and regularly in contact with their representatives. So now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much more work would this proposal need in order to be acceptable for us to decide on? So you can keep on thinking about it, and in 10 seconds, Ophelia is going to go to the voting, and then you vote. That's why we have translated. No, and Mirta is not. No, it's coming. The voting is coming. It's just time for you to. Yeah. So now we go into the voting, where 1 is this needs a lot more work. 10 is this is ready. So now's the time to vote. You can see people are giving their ranking. That's very good. Thank you. So, we'll give another 15 seconds for people to vote. Ten seconds. Yes. Yes. So we're going to move on to the next proposal. So again, I'm going to read it out, give you some time to look at it, think about how ready is this, and then we open the rating. So, for Europe to be more prepared to deal with crises in the future, we should keep freedom of speech through quality media, avoid corruption, bad politics, bad administration and manipulation, and invent how to spread solidarity, empathy, open-mindedness, and use psychologists to build emotional intelligence. So, there's lots that can be said about these proposals, but all we're doing now is thinking about how much more work will this require, how much time should we plan. So 10 is this is ready to go. 1 is this is going to require a lot more discussion. So, So I'm giving another 10 seconds to finish on your voting on this. Then we're moving on to the next proposal. Again, this is about how much time should we give this? How much time is this going to need to get to a proposal we're happy to decide on? Okay, so we're going to move next to the next proposal. So for Europe to be better prepared for future crises, we recommend to keep, amplify and promote experiences of democratic practices in schools, to avoid wasting resources such as food, water, trees, by banning plastics or taxing it hugely, promoting recyclable and quality products, and by supporting the collectives of citizens. We're going to invent new ways for residents to contribute to policy making in crisis in each specific area at the local level, and prepare a culture of togetherness and sisterhood in normal times to be resilient in a storm, leading to a simpler life, an increase in personal responsibility, respect for diversity, to have the tools not to panic and learn to share. So here's the message. Take time to think about how ready this is. Will it need a lot more discussion? Could it be ready for a decision with a little bit of discussion? And in 10 seconds, Ophelia is going to open the ranking. Five seconds. 13. Okay, so they open the ranking. You can rank this where 1 means this needs very much more work, and 10 means this doesn't need more work. I see that you're getting the hang of this. Good. So we're going to close in 15 seconds. Ten seconds. 5. Okay. Let's go to the next proposal. To cope with future crises in Europe, we recommend to keep the concept of moral responsibility of everybody by encouraging collective engagement, to avoid elitist politics and precarization, to invent civic education about politics, society, economics, social systems and rights, and make people aware of their political agency, including instruments to enact the rights through engagement and participation. So again, take a moment to think about how much more work would this require to be into a message we would be happy to decide upon. Take a moment to make an assessment of that, read it again. We're going to open the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And now you vote on how ready this is, how much more time it would require to be a strong proposal. Okay, we're going to close in 10, 7, 5, and 3. We're going to close now. The next proposal is to cope with future crises in Europe. We recommend policymakers build trustworthy relationships between government and people, establishing progressive tax systems, and focus on sustainable and equitable economic growth. Take a moment to read it again. Think about how much more time for discussion this might need. we're going to open the vote in 10. 5. Okay, so now you can give your assessment of how close this is to being a ready proposal, how much more work it would need. Okay. Okay. In this scenario, we'll pick this up tomorrow. It's good that you signaled there were some elements missing. To be very transparent, some of the proposals were too long for the machine to deal with, but it's not a problem. We're going to pick up the elements that are missing. We have time to deal with that tomorrow. So we're going to move on to the next proposal. How many? 13. We're on 7, it's 13. So, to cope with future crises in Europe, we recommend to keep opening spaces for citizens to have a voice, such as citizens' assemblies, to avoid making some mistakes and perpetuating individualism, and invent a way of making more inclusive, satisfying decisions before crises happen, using lessons from the past and assessing the real risks of the future. It is more what unites us than what separates us. Take a moment to read it. We're going to open the voting in 10. 5, 4, 2, 1. Now you can give your assessment of how much more work this would require. Very good. So we're going to close in 10. In 5, in 2, in 1. We're moving on to the next one. So for Europe to be better prepared for crisis, we should keep independent communication and collaboration, avoid exclusion of citizens and other stakeholders in policy processes, and avoid bureaucracy because it creates inequality. We should create a permanent citizens panel to bring fresh ideas and monitor human rights, a legal procedure for inclusive legal processes to prevent crises in the future, consultations with local communities, and more transparency of media. Take a moment to read it. We're going to open the ranking in 10. 5, 2. Okay. So now you can give your assessment of how much more work this would require. Good. You can see you're really getting the hang of this. Going to close the voting in 5, in 3, 2, in 1. The next proposal is very long, so I prepare you for this. This is the discipline democracy requires. So, in order to reinforce Europe for future crises, we should keep showing solidarity with one another and taking personal and collective responsibility, simplify bureaucracy with modern technology, and to keep developing digital and technological solutions, adapt to new circumstances, avoid losing jobs because of tech advancements and other developments, avoid the spread of misinformation and lack of transparency, avoid restricting freedoms without understanding why, avoid creating discrimination, avoid tunnel vision, forgetting about other parallel problems, and we should invent organizing public discussions so that everyone has the chance to be heard. The state should provide seminars to advance people's skills so they're equipped to manage change, to have more focus and resources for health systems, and prepare health systems for future crises. We should move towards more direct democracy with more people involved in decision-making, have a better plan for managing future crises and communicate that plan to the citizens, and think about individual and collective well-being. So, some time to reflect and digest that. How much more discussion might this need to be ready? Proposal? I'm going to open the voting in 10, 5, 3, 1. Let's go. Okay. Going to close the voting in 10, in 5, in 2, in 1. Okay, the next proposal. We should keep many channels of information to avoid news becoming propaganda and invent a body for citizens to check if media is really free. We should keep thinking holistically and build trust between actors with time to create a bigger vision for the future, to avoid all the things we do not really need and the mindset which led us to this crisis, and invent a body where citizens will be rotating and dedicating time and getting paid in different ways to be part of decision-making and so represent citizens in this process. We should keep time to create bigger vision for the future. So, time to digest this. Think about how much more discussion it might require. I'm going to open the voting in 10. In 5, 2, 1. Okay. So here you can give your evaluation, how much more time this would need. Okay, I'm closing the voting in 5, in 3, in 1. Okay. Then we should keep an open channel of communication with citizens, for example, digital platform, European Citizens Initiatives, and so on, and implement those already in place. Also to keep mechanisms for economic stability and solidarity among people in Europe, and for a thriving Europe. We should avoid polarization by thinking collectively rather than individually, avoiding catastrophizing that may erode citizens' trust in the democratic system. This can be done through continuing education in impartial media. This will also allow us to avoid discrimination at the financial and social levels and build unity. We should establish practices and fora where citizens can negotiate with all stakeholders horizontally at the same time. Transnational citizens' assemblies prove to be the way forward. So take a moment to think how ready this proposal is. Going to open the voting 10. In 5. 1. Okay. give your assessment. Coming to the end now, everybody. It's very good that you're concentrating so much. Thank you for this. Getting that. I'm going to close the voting in 10, in 5, in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Next proposal is, to cope with future crises in Europe, we recommend to keep investing on technological process as a means of dealing with problems, but with the limits on AI. To avoid the waiving of responsibility, and that applies to all, including politicians, media, and citizens. To invent an institution that allows more participatory democracy via the regular and transparent deliberation between citizens, policymakers, scientists, and journalists that leads to concrete commitments and actions. So take a moment to think about how ready is this proposal? How much more work would it require? Can I open the voting in 5? In 2? In 1? Okay. Give your assessment. Closing the voting in 5, 4, 2, in 1. There's two more proposals we need to look at. No, we reached the end already. So, thank you very much, everybody, for your attention. As we emphasized several times, this was not a vote about deciding, this was a vote to prioritize our time working together tomorrow and for the coming weeks. So you will see when you come to the PNICA tomorrow, special place, we can finalize some things and other things we will organize how we work over the coming weeks. So this is a very good example of people working together and being forgiving of the limitations of what's possible with technology and time. So thank you very much for that. I believe you've already heard the instructions about the PNICA for tomorrow. You should be aware that there are buses leaving to help you get there. Hopefully all of this information is clear. You should also be aware that we have a limited number of seats up on the PNICA, so if you have a blanket or something similar, it would be very desirable to bring that. I believe you have heard about the festival this evening already, which starts in about an hour's time. I want to check that if there's anything further that needs to be said about the festival. Anyone on the team? No, I believe this was all made clear while we were sorting out the voting. We are going to send the results of the voting into the WhatsApp group for transparency and so you can see. And hopefully you will see how tomorrow we organize the time to correspond with this. There will also be time tomorrow to make more comments and ideas. One thing that I think is very important to say, so I want to make sure I say it now, is that it would be wonderful if before leaving this space, people help to collect the various things that have been left around, the paper cups and the plates and other things. So if everybody makes a collective effort for this, that would be super. What needs to happen with the chairs? If we could help to fold the chairs, that's going to help our team a lot as well. And they need to go outside. So we need some help with clearing up the space and collecting the chairs.
Sorry, just before you stand up,